Good morning to everyone, and welcome to today's uh, study work section. And we are having 6 hours just like yesterday, and every other day we are here 6 hours unless it's changed. So you need to check the announcements each day to see how it works. So we always here Wednesdays and Thursday. So you're welcome. Let me check and see the setup for that. So today, to get the best out of this space, I will invite you to bring along the task you want to achieve and let it be your priority task. So you need to prioritize your tasks today to know what is urgent, what the deadline is close, and what is important. So you bring them to the table, and don't bring too many, just 2 or 3 is okay. So it won't be overwhelming. It's important that you bring the task that you can manageable, and calculate, okay, how much of it can I do in every 15 minutes? So you plan it that way. It's very important that you plan that way. So we are starting now, and we'll be having let me take this off. We'll be having break after every 15 minutes. So after every 15 minutes, we go on a mindful break. During the mindful break, you're allowed to walk around. You can drink water. You can just go for a stretch for meditation. You can do a little exercise or maybe a power nap for 10 minutes. That's still something that you can try. And if you want to chat, then you can sit back and chat with us, because during that time, I'll be talking about how to improve your memory, how to improve your productivity, how to improve when it comes to academics, when it comes to work, arranging your workspace, arranging your files, and managing your time and energy, and how to increase and improve your focus is very important for your productivity. So we'll be talking about those things. If you have any question around that area, what you need to do to improve your focus, what you need to do to improve your memory, then you can, so as to improve how much you remember out of everything that you've learned or seen. So you can put the questions in the chat box, and I'll be responding during the break. It's only during the break you see me chatting, but any other time you'll be passing through here, you'll be seeing that, yes, that she's busy. Yes, we are doing the deep work. You can see I put it in you can see the description or the information about the space. You can read about it and understand what we are doing here. It's not a place that we are all chatting, but we chat during break. We have 10 minutes of chat every 1 hour. So it's a space for us to work, and it's a space for us to improve our focus, to improve our products, our productivity, our results, to improve what we are working on. So it's not all about chatting every time. It's not all about playing or maybe scrolling. You need to do deep works, and this is a space you can join and do your deep works. And this place will help us to be accountable, to look at the things that we brought to the table and say, okay, after this time I've completed 1 and 2 or 3 of whatever I brought. So I'll be doing that also. If this is your first time joining us here, it would be good that you introduce yourself and let's know who you are and what you're working on. You might not go into details. You might just tell us, okay, I have 3 tasks. I'm working on a project, a thesis, a paper. I'm working on my creative writing. I'm doing a drawing. So you can just put it there and let us know the 3 things you are working on today. And each time you complete one, you can just put it up there that you've completed one. We celebrate that for you, because for every win, for every progress that we make, no matter how small it is, it means we are moving forward, and it's quite important. So we would like to celebrate with you for every task that you complete. Is important to us, and that is going to also help us to do more. So remember that on top of 15 minutes on top of every hour is our break time, and after the break time we go into the deep work section. During the deep work section, we expect you to focus. We expect you to concentrate on the work that brought you to this space, and reduce every distraction like notifications and all those flashing lights, calls, and the rest of them that are not necessary during this hour. You have your 10 minutes to do whatever you want to do that helps you relax, but not really scrolling. So it's important to us that uh, we minimize distraction during the deep work hour, and during the break time I will encourage you to take your break serious. It's important that you take your break serious. So if you're going to work now and you're hearing me, or you're at work now, I will encourage you to remember to schedule your break, to schedule your rest time. It's very important. You need to rest. Rest is part of you being productive. Rest is part of you being wise. It takes a wise man to know that yes, you need rest in between jobs in order to be efficient. For you to be efficient, you need rest. Even machine, they have their downtime, they have the time, okay, when they run, they will need to rest. Even when you check through your fridge, the thermostat will tell it when to trip off, when to go on. So that is how it works. So you human, you will need your rest. So when you rest, what you gain is clarity. When you rest, what you gain is more energy to continue your work. And if you keep working without resting, uh, you are not going to be productive, because definitely your mind is going to take a break on you, and that is unintentional. And when that happens, you see yourself making mistakes, or you see yourself being less productive. You see yourself getting less outputs, even with your with whatever big input you are putting in, the time, the stress that you are putting in, you get less output. But some people that are, I wouldn't say they are not wise, they think that it's hard work that helps. They will keep going on and on at that point, but it's not that helpful. So before you get exhausted, before you get too tired, take your rest. So you need to schedule your rest. You need to put a time to your rest. If you don't know the time that you should rest, you should ask your first line manager and say, okay, when is the break time? So you fix yourself around that time, and make sure to take your break. Don't use it to finish the work that you didn't finish, the excess load, the overtime and the rest of them. Those things are telling on your, not only on your physical health, but on your, should I say, psychologically. It's also weighing you down. So it's important that you take rest if you want to be efficient. The should I say the easiest way to understand how rest work is when you look at those people that are very innovative. Most of them, they take their rest serious, and that is the time they get inspiration, because their brain is given the space to think. So it's important that you take that time, take the break, take the rest, and take it serious. It's part of you being productive. Take care of yourself, because you're the most important part of your productivity. You're the most important part of your success story. So you can't afford not to take care of yourself. So take care of yourself today. Schedule your break. You don't need to wait till you are tired. You don't need to wait till you are exhausted. Once you're exhausted, what you are going through is recovery. It's no longer rest. So you need to recover first. Then you come back to your state, the normal state you are. You start working again. But if you rest, what you take is just a little break, and you renew your energy, and you'll be on top of your game again. So we are starting now. This is 9 minutes after 10. We normally do this introduction 10 minutes, then we start and we work till 10:50. Then we go on another break. If you have students that are struggling with their results, they are struggling with their outputs, they are struggling, and they are not understanding why they are not getting the results they need, you can invite them and let them ask questions that they need to ask to improve their productivity, to improve their results. That's for those that wants to improve themselves, not those that wants to pass through every corner way. No, if you want to pass using your own intelligence, you want to improve yourself, then you can join this space and ask questions on how to improve your memory, how to improve your focus, how to improve your results. Those things are things that you can achieve with strategy. You don't just keep working hard, you work with strategy. You learn the right way, you study the right way, and you get the right results. So this is 10 minutes after 10, and we are starting now. We speak again once it's 10:50, and I wish you a very productive day today. And the first section is 50 minutes. So we've taken 10 minutes. I wish you a very productive 40 minutes from now. So we've come to the end of the first section. This is our break time. Yay! So it's time for you to go on a break. If you have to go on a break, you can stretch, walk around, take a power nap, meditate, or maybe you chat with us. You can just pop it in the chat what you want us to discuss today. Let me check the platform to see if there are chats that you want to discuss. Okay, so if there isn't any, we'll talk about our memory, how to improve our memory. So you need to ask yourself, how often do you forget, and how deep is your thinking now? Do you still think, or you consult your phone on everything? Whatever you need now, you go straight to your phone to check. You want to know the date, you go to your phone. You want to know the balance of your money, you go to the phone. You want to know the spelling, you go to the phone. Even before you consult your brain, even before you consult yourself to ask, do I know this? Can I think it? So if that is your case, then you should stay here. And for those that are struggling with their memory, or you want your memory to stay alert, I can still remember my supervisor used to say, oh, and now I attend day center, I go to places that we play games, because he wants to stay active. So it's very important that you stay active. It's very important that you have peers that you can play with, those that you can think with. You play, do activities that provoke you, that makes you to think, not provoke you to anger, but provoke you to think, things that make you to reflect and to understand things around you. It's quite important that you do that. So I've been talking about how to improve our memory, how to improve your ability to encode information and to store it, then to retrieve it. Retrieving it means you can remember it when you want it. Because some of us will think, oh, we already learned, we already know what we want. But before you know it, you'll be thinking, where did I see this? What happened? I don't think I still remember this. You keep thinking. So you need to also look at that. So let's look at what is now, because before we didn't have the phones. Have you asked yourself, if you don't have the phone today, if you don't have the iPad, the tablets, whatever you're using today, will you be able to be as efficient as you? I know it will be difficult to be efficient, because we are used to these things and they help in improving our efficiency. Is very important. But now many people are depending on it more than they should, that it has become their brain, and their brain has just gone to relax and to maybe, yeah, it relaxed because it tends to protect itself. It's not that it's gone. You don't need a better brain if you are already struggling. What you just need is a good strategy to bring it to start working again. It's doable. It's something you can do. So I want you to think what you saw last 1 hour, what you have seen, all the things that you've touched. Can you think through them? How much details can you remember in all these things? That is quite important. And think, okay, yesterday, what are the things I did? What are the things I saw? What are the things that I spoke? Can you think, how much details can you still remember in all those things? It's quite important that you exercise your brain. And you only exercise your brain by thinking gently, making yourself to reflect on things, thinking around things. Then you're exercising your brain. Your brain is not going to go to the gym to go and exercise, but your brain is also a muscle, and not only just a muscle, it's a big machine. It's one of the most wonderful machines, and I wouldn't say computer. It's just too good. A big system on its own that uh, it runs and it keeps the world working the way we are seeing the world today. So your brain is very important. You don't allow it to sleep off. You don't allow it to rest while you are depending on phones and every technology that is now brought to you. Because the more you do that, you are allowing your brain to, should I say, go down. It's not functioning well. And before you know it, they'll ask you, oh, now that you bought something of 28 pounds and you have 100 pounds, how much is your balance? Oh, so, I forgot my phone. Please, I don't remember. And that is very, should I say, it's very common now, because so many people, they have forgotten that, yes, that their brain was meant to think, that it wasn't meant to relax and be dormant. Your brain is meant to think. So you try and do things that make you think each day, things that will that will prompt you to reflect. Is very important for you to keep your brain going. And we know that there are so many memory problems going on now. People are very forgetful. Some people even go to the loo and they wouldn't remember to do the rest, to clean it. And some people will go, you see them, they will come out from their car, they will leave the door open, they will leave their house and the door is open. It's not that they did it on purpose, they forgot, And some people, they are at work and they will forget even the next thing that they should do. This is not something that we should be ashamed of. It's not something that we should also overlook. It's something that we should uh, tap ourselves and wake ourselves up and know that, yes, if it keeps going this way, what happens when I'm older, when I'm maybe like 70, when I'm like 8? We all pray to grow old, isn't it? So we need to keep our brain active. We need to keep our brain working, and it's very important. So you need to look at yourself and see how much you still remember things and the things that you engage with. We are talking yesterday about the brain and how we store information, and why people think that they have memory problem. Oh, I can't remember things. That is the problem. They are thinking, oh, I didn't store it well. I don't even, where did I see this? But the problem started from encoding. That is where you got the information, how you got the information, to how you store information, then to the retriever of the information. That is where the problem started. It doesn't just start with, oh, I can't remember things, but how did you get that information that you want to remember? Where did you get it from? If you were scrolling and scrolling, you didn't put your mind to it, it's quite easy for you to forget it. This is because you tell your brain that those things are not important by just scrolling by just looking at it and not putting your mind or your attention to it. What you have just told your brain is that that information is not important, so it's going to overlook it. So the way we gather the information that we have, that we want to remember, matters. So you need to pay attention if you want to improve your memory. Your attention is very important. If you want to improve your, should I say, your performance, your work performance, your academic performance, your attention is very important. And remember that during this age, your attention is the currency, because every other thing, the notifications, the app that they are creating, the ones they've created, the ones they are still going to create, they are all looking for your attention, and they will make everything possible. They will put it in a way that it will grab your attention. That is how it works. But your attention is what you actually need to progress. That is what you need to improve your memory. So if you keep scrolling, because you have so much information everywhere now, you see people scrolling, you keep scrolling, you are not paying attention to it, you're not paying mind to it, you see that you forget things. And it will go to the extent that now you've trained your mind to just forget things. You are training your mind to just scroll by. So even when you are looking at it as something, maybe you still want to pay attention, your mind is telling you it's time to pass, because that is how you are training it. When you keep scrolling, especially those that are in social medias, there are so many contents that are not even helpful. When you see them, you should pass. But it's not something that you should feel, should I say, guilty or feel that ashamed of, that, oh, that you are watching everything or whatever. It is designed that way. Most times you see that now it starts without you even clicking start. As you're scrolling, it will keep playing, everything plays at the same time. And the way it is optimized now, like all those AI, they optimize it that within 3 seconds, your attention is hooked. Even before your mind, that takes 5 seconds to register that this is important or not important, for you to be able to filter it. Before you even do that, your attention is already hooked in what you are doing. That is what they call those hook. When you are doing anything in social media, say, oh, you need to add a hook to it. What does that hook do? The hook is doing a work in the brain of the observer, because now before you see it, 3 seconds, that is what the hook is meant to capture your attention. Within 3 seconds, you're already hooked. And your mind should take more than 3 seconds to filter that this is important or not important. So you're already hooked looking at it before you even filter. So you keep going, before you know it, okay, it's not important. You pass maybe after 10 seconds, oh, it's finished. So you keep going, since it's already 10 seconds each time. So you keep going 10 seconds without thinking that this is actually not helpful. It's not healthy for my brain. It's not healthy for my memory. So you keep scrolling by. So we also need to be very careful where we get information and what we do. So if you're going to go to social media, make sure that you are prepared to engage with meaningful content, things that matters, things that helps you. So you have to ask yourself the why, the how, and what in that content. So it will help you to think. So you train your mind to think when you see things is very important. But if you train your mind to keep going, that is how you get the encoding the wrong way and you won't be able to store information. So that is how it works. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is now our deep work hour again. So we are going to be working for 15 minutes. Then after 15 minutes, we come back to the chat or you go for your mindful break. Remember, we have mindful break after every 15 minutes. It's very important to us that we take that break so you can chat with us, you can walk around. And remember that during the deep work hour, we expect you to work on the job, that the task that you brought to the table today. So focus, put your mind to it, reduce every distraction, things that takes your attention and the things that are not helpful for your productivity. So make sure to reduce notification and all those flashing lights and unnecessary calls. So we'll speak again once it's 11:50. Okay, we've come to the end of the second section, and this is our break time. We can go on a break. You can go for a walk. You can sit and chat with us, or maybe you meditate, or maybe you go for a stroll. A stretch will really help. It's important that you move your body, because when you move around, circulation improves, and that also helps your system to function better, especially also your mind. So it's important. We were talking about, let me check, what's in there. We are talking about our memory and how to improve our memory, how to improve our understanding, how to improve our thinking, how to improve the storage of information, how to improve our recall ability, the ability to remember things when you want it, because it makes no sense when when you think, okay, I've studied, okay, I remember this, I've seen this, and then you are asked, what is this? And you are now thinking, did I ever see this? Or why am I forgetting it? So your ability to recall is very important. So we are talking about now the encoding, which means taking information in, the way you take information in. Then we are talking about the storage, how you store information. Then retrieval, which means your ability to recall, your ability to remember the things that you've seen or learned. So these are the three stages, the three important parts of your memory. So it's very important that you look at them, each of them, carefully, to know how you take information in. Where do you find the information you are learning from? Did you learn it from the classroom? Did you learn it while you were working? And how did you take in that information? Were you just scrolling by? Were you just looking at it? Were you reading it as if you are reading newspapers skimming through? Or you were studying, you wanted to find things out of it? Or you were asking the questions like, why is it this way? How is it this way? Or what is in this? So these are different ways of learning. You can just see things and, oh, they ask you, you were passing through a road, they ask you, did you see anybody? Yes, I think I saw somebody that passed. The most you can say is, oh, he was wearing this and that. Because you didn't pay attention, you might not be able to give details. But if you paid attention to that person, which means you are telling your brain that it's important, then you'll be able to remember not only that he was putting on a cloth, or she was putting on, you can also describe the face, the height, and be able to give a meaningful description of that person. So that is how you train your memory. That is how you work on your memory. So encoding is very important for you to get the right information, to get it the right way, to send the right signal to your brain that yes, this is important. But if you did not send the right signal, your brain will just sieve it as, okay, this is not important, and that's it, it goes. But if you tell your brain that this is important, it's going to stick. Your brain is going to revisit it. Your brain is going to hold on to it. And how do you tell your brain that this is important, that the information you are seeing is important? Is by going through it, by paying attention. So there are ways for you to improve your memory, your ability to store the information now. So you need to encode the right way, which means you need to learn the right way. You don't just skim through, you don't just scroll through, you don't just look and without paying attention. So your attention is very important. You need to pay attention to what you see. So if you have developed the habit of just scrolling by, you've developed the habit of just, you see things and you don't pay attention to it, you are telling your brain that yes, these things are not important. And with time, you develop the habit of treating every other thing that way, and that is why forgetfulness will increase. So you need to also be paying attention, pay attention to things that matters, and pay attention to things that you want to store. So your brain will know, okay, this is what is important. So when next you did not pay attention, it will know that this doesn't matter. So you need to be intentional about it. So let's look at the storage now, storing the memory in your brain. Okay, let me just say it again. We have three ways of storage. Should I say three phases? We have the first one, which is the sensory memory. We have the second one, which is the short-term memory. And the third one, which is the long-term memory. So your sensory memory is just there to sieve, to just see things like you were passing. You know that yes, there is a tree that you just passed in a strange place. You didn't look at what type of tree it was you just passed. So your sensory just developed, and so you saw something. You can't give any description of that because you are not paying attention. But what that does is to sieve, to say, okay, this is important, this is not important, then it takes it to the short-term memory when you pay attention to it. So in that short-term memory, it can hold information for some minutes and even up to 30 minutes, 1 hour. So in the short-term memory, you still remember, okay, oh, you ate this, or you were just passing and saw somebody eating, okay, the person was eating this fruit and that is just it, and you can hold it for some time. If you did not pay attention, you didn't revisit it, it is going to also be forgotten. It's going to go. That is how your brain protects you. That is how your brain keeps the things that matters, and things that doesn't matter, it will throw it away. So that is how it works. So now if you store in your short-term memory, then you need to take it to the long-term memory. If it is something that you want to remember for a very long time, which means you need to pay attention. So there are things that you can do, like space repetition. You have to revisit it. Maybe same day you think about it again. Maybe you check till tomorrow, you try to revisit it, like asking yourself, oh, what did I even study yesterday? What did I do yesterday? You can sit down and use just 5 minutes or maybe 3 minutes to remember the things that you did yesterday, the places you visited, the things that you touched yesterday. That is how to train your mind. So after you have done that, you can do, maybe check 1 week earlier, what did you do, or 1 week later you look at it again as, okay, today, like you were today around this time next week, you can ask yourself, what was I even doing around this time last week? So that is how to train your memory. That is called spaced repetition. You keep revisiting it, so that strengthens your long-term memory. Is very important in strengthening your long-term memory, especially for students. So if you are the type that you read and read, you are not understanding, don't keep going on and on it. What you are doing is to get familiar with it without learning. You are getting familiar with the words, you are getting familiar with the terms, but you are not learning. And after that, you see it will still go. So you need to space repeat it. You give it time, you go back to it. You give it longer time again, you go back to it. So you strengthen your memory around that thing. So that is how it works. Another way for you to improve your memory, there are so many ways, is to teach it, to say things about it. So now you can also practice recall, active recall, which means you should take, maybe just, let's just say you listen to that, you should go out of that place and try to remember what you've listened to, or you read a book, you try to remember without looking at that book, to see if you, how much details you can remember in that, from that book, from what you read, from what you were taught, how much details. If you are able to replicate it, then you are doing very well. If you are unable to replicate it, you can wait a little, then ask yourself the questions: what am I forgetting? What are the things that I need to work on? Then go back to it and search for those things that will make it to stick. Another thing you can do is to use questions. I use that a lot. Instead of just reading and reading, you should ask yourself questions around what you are studying. What is in this? What should I be looking out for? Okay, if they ask me this question, what should it be? So that is how it should work for you. Another thing you can do is to stimulate real conditions, real life condition, like you read it out, you say it as if you are applying it, you teach it to yourself. Yeah, that is how to improve your memory. So retrieval strengthens your memory more than just review. When you review, and reviewing is just like reading it again, like you did the space repetition, you go back, you read it again, that is just reviewing. But if you use this active recall, the retrieval, the active recall is very important. Now you are tasking your brain to retrieve what you have learned. You are telling your brain it's time to answer questions. If you think you've learned it, so what is this? It will help your brain to stimulate your brain to think. It's very important. So another thing that I would like to talk about, I don't know if we have, okay, we don't have that time. This is 59 already. So next we'll be talking about lifestyle habits that strengthens your memory. I think that's what we'll be doing the next break. So we look at the lifestyle that we should imbibe, the things that we should start doing to improve our memory, not only now, but in the long run. When you are 50, when you are 60, when you are 70, you are 80, you're even 90, you can still remember things. You can still play, you can still do things. It comes with training. let's just believe that there is no accident and there is no sickness, so things will work out well. So you need to train your mind, you need to train your brain, you need to also be very alert and be intentional about it. So we are back to our deep time now. Deep work time is our time to focus on what we have. So let's focus on it and see how much you can achieve in 15 minutes. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Oh my beauty, that frightened me really. It was so quiet here. Thank you so much. You're welcome. So we've come to the end of this section, and here we are again on our break. I don't know if Home of Beauty, if you're still there, please send your request so you can come up and we have a little chat here. If Home of Beauty is still there. So it's our break time. Remember, we are very serious with our break. So take your hands off whatever work you're doing, whatever you think that you couldn't finish. You can continue with that after the break. The break is very important. So take your break serious and remember to rest in between jobs. It's going to improve your productivity. It's not just about working hard, it's about working smart. So working smart is important, so take it serious. Home of Beauty, I'm waiting. I don't know if you're there. You can send in your request. And okay, and thank you everyone for your support, everyone that supported. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Thank you. And for those that have been here, thank you for being there. And for the productivity, I don't know how far you've gone. I haven't, I know it will soon finish. That's the first one. I have only 2 today, so I'm still working on the first one. So let's see how long that takes, because I already know it's going to take a little long. So it's going to be ending. Let's just around 2. I'm planning to see if that is going to end. So I'll start the second one. I have 2 tasks to do today. So we are talking about productivity. So if you haven't stretched, I think it's time to stretch. It's time to walk around. It's time to, if you want to do your meditation, you want to pray. So it's a good time. 10 minutes is a good time for you to walk around. It's a good time for you to, it's enough time for you to improve your circulation by walking around. So if you're in a place that is dry and warm, you can go walk around. Even if it is not warm, you can wear your jacket and walk around. That is important. So we are talking about improving our memory. I don't know why this is hooking. So we are talking about improving our memory. So it's not about getting a new memory. A memory is good enough the way it is. All it needs is strategy. It needs a little training. It needs waking up. It needs to be, to be exercised. So it's important that you exercise your memory, exercise your brain. You help yourself to think and to reflect. It's not about working hard and working aimlessly and without attention, without focus. Once your focus improves, your memory will improve. That is just how it works. So whatever you put your focus in will improve. So if you're not focusing on anything, that means you're not going to get anything. So it's good you improve your focus. It's very important. So there are things that you can do to improve your memory. Like I said, we are going to be talking about lifestyle. There are some lifestyle that we live. There are some things that we do. There are ways that we treat things, the way that we do that doesn't help us in any way. It's not only in our memory, it doesn't help in any way. It doesn't help you health wise, it doesn't help you to improve your productivity, it doesn't make you better. But it looks enticing, it looks like, oh, you are working hard. You know, some people, they wear it as a badge. Oh, he's always exhausted, she's always looking tired. That is a sign of not having a good plan. It's not that you are working very smart. If you're working smart, you will know to take care of yourself. You know that, yes, your productivity is attached also to your rest. Your productivity is attached to you having enough rest, enough food, enough sleep is important. So let's look at those lifestyles, especially for students and those our researchers. I know many researchers are like that. Those lecturers, when you look at many of us, we don't even have time for ourselves. We're always writing one thing or the other. Either you are writing, you are reading, you are marking, you are teaching. If it's my grandfather, my old grandfather used to say, oh, that he thought farming was the most hectic job, but he has seen that it's not. Because when you go to farm in the evening, you go back to your house and you sleep. But if you are reading, you are a lecturer, you are teaching, you are a researcher, you are working, reading, you have your laptop always with you. It can be open 24 hours. It can always be open for 10 days. It can be open for 30 days. It can be open for a whole week. So it's something that we should be intentional about, to take breaks. We should be intentional to take the rest that we need. Because if you don't take this rest, whether you like it or not, you're going to take it one way or the other. So if it is not intentional, it's going to be unintentional. And when it is unintentional, you might still think that you're working, you might still think, oh, you are being productive, but no, you are already scoring negative, maybe scoring things that you didn't want to score, like making mistakes at work, like you thinking that you're still reading, but you have already zoomed off, you're watching one thing or the other, or trying to interact in one way or the other in the social media. You see all those things that are popping up and you go towards them. So that is just how it works. It's either you take it intentionally or you take it unintentionally, but you must take a break. Your body is not, let's say, it's not everlasting. It's not something that wouldn't break down. So if you don't take a break and you are reading, you see yourself sometimes you're now reading and rereading the same chapter, the same page, the same paragraph. You keep going on and you don't understand it. That is what happens if you're not taking rest. But importantly, our lifestyle, we should know that sleep is very important. So you should sleep when you ought to sleep. You can take power naps. You can also sleep during the night and get enough sleep. This is because your memory consolidates the information of what you have gathered in the day during your sleep time. So if you did not give your brain enough time to sleep, enough time to consolidate, that is how you keep forgetting things. That is how you keep not having, you say, I don't have a good memories, because you did not sleep, maybe because you did not rest. Those are very important. So you also need to move about. You need to exercise. And exercising, I will always encourage you to go to open spaces where you have good air, and so you can breathe in good air. Good air is very important for us. It's very important to every human being. So make sure you are getting clean air. You can walk through the park, exercise your body to improve circulation, and that is going to help your memory also. Another thing that you should do is to eat very well. You know, when they start telling you, oh, eat this for the brain, eat this for the leg, eat this for the eyes, eat this for this, when you start doing that, which means there is a deficiency already waiting. So I will always encourage you to eat the rainbow. I will encourage you before it gets to that. When they say, oh, you are lacking in this one, you are lacking in that, you don't have enough iron, you don't have enough potassium, you have too much of this, too much of that, is because there is something lacking. So you should, as a matter of, should I say, uh, policy, let's just say it's a policy of life that you eat the rainbow. So make sure that your plate is colorful and you have enough of it, from protein to carbohydrates to all sorts of vitamins and minerals. So it's very important that you eat the rainbow. So because you're not going to be counting, okay, it's not like you're in the pharmacy that you tell them, oh, add this one, okay, add that, okay, add this. Those are not important. You need to eat the rainbow. You need to gather as much fresh vegetables and fruits of different colors. Eat it at all times. Improve your it will improve your nutrition. It will improve your brain power. It's very important. So I wouldn't be telling you to eat the brain nourishing food. Every part of your body needs nourishment. So you don't go, okay, let me improve my brain, okay, let me improve my breathing, let me improve my bowel health. Those things will be taken care of if you eat the rainbow, if you eat different colored foods, if you eat different colored vegetables and fruits. So you put the red, the yellow, the green, the purple, whatever color. Make sure that your plate is colorful each time that you eat. That will help you with the nutrition. And don't ever keep working and say, okay, I will eat later, and you are hungry. There are so many things that can come out of that. One, you'll be tired, you might be confused, you might make mistake, and maybe the other way, you see some people developing some kind of sickness that they didn't plan for. So eat, and once you are hungry, a hungry brain cannot store. That is it. It won't keep information to protect itself because it needs energy itself. So it's going to keep the energy. It has to protect itself first. Then you are struggling. It's good you eat well. So we've come to the end of this break time. This is 1 p.m. We'll be speaking again once it's 1:50. And remember to join and remember to invite others. And we always here Wednesday and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So if you are joining me, remember we are now in our deep work hour. In our deep work time, that's 50 minutes of deep work. So it's a time for us to sprint. So reduce every distraction. And for those that wants to chat, you can put it in the chat box and we'll respond to it, or you can stay during the break time. I'll call you up, we can have a chat. Is encouraging also to me. I'm waiting for those that kind of day. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. I hope our beauty you joined, and this is our deep work time. We always break at 50 minutes on top of every hour, so we have 10 minutes of chat. So if you can, around 150, 250 or 350, I'll be here. So if you join, then we'll have a long time to chat. We'll have at least 10 minutes in between, but around 350 we'll have a long time to chat. So thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. So it's our break time again, and yeah, it's time for us to rest, stretch. Yeah, home of beauty. Yeah, thank you. I will see you there and for all the support. If you are still there, please send your request. Send your request. Uh, I'm trying to invite you. Don't think I'm doing it right. So please send your request. Um, yeah. Mm, yeah. So I'm still waiting. You can send your request now. Yeah. Okay, if you're with us, you can go on a break, you can walk around, you can stretch, and we'll chat about um, the memory issue and our lifestyle. That's what we should do to improve our memory. We're talking about eating well, which I was telling you that you should eat the rainbow, eat as many colors, vegetables, fruits from different sources. It's not just vegetables from different sources, vegetables, and uh, for those that are vegetarians and the rest of them. So, you know, you should eat uh, colorful food. And for those of us that also eat meat, so make sure that you eat from different sources, not just roots, not just cereal, not just fruits. Make sure that you eat from different sources and make sure that you have as many colors as you can afford, as you can have. As many colors as you can have. That's important. So make sure that your food is colorful. That you can also teach to children. You know, it's very important that you start early to help them to understand that it's very important to eat healthy. It's not all about the treat. The treat is also good, but let them eat healthy. The more you eat healthy, the better your health and the better the outcome in life. That's when it comes to productivity, when it comes to your health, mental health, and if otherwise. So it's very good. Yeah, still waiting. I don't know if she's coming or I think she has something to say. I'm waiting. Okay, yeah. So we are talking about the lifestyle. So make sure you get enough sleep. Some people say it doesn't matter. The more you don't sleep, the more confused you become, and you know your brain doesn't have the time to process information. It doesn't have the time to store information because your brain start processing it when you rest, when you sleep. It will start processing it, taking it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. That is how important your sleep is. So don't take your sleep for granted. Don't think it's just because you are tired. Make sure that you schedule your sleep and go to sleep when you ought to go to sleep. Whatever that is taking sleep away from you is not good for your health. It's not good for your memory. So try as much as possible to move. Try as much as possible to rest in between job. Schedule your rest. Sleep when you ought to sleep, and eat enough vegetables and fruits of different colors and every kinds of food, you know, all the food that you eat, and make sure you get them from different sources, those that are healthy and safe food. We are not talking about just having food available, eating everything that's available. We are talking about availability of food, and we are talking about the safety of that food. We're also talking about the nutritional content of the food, and when it gets to that, we are talking about the diversity of your food. So make sure that you have much diverse food. The more the diversity, the better the food for you. So eat as much diverse food as you can from different sources. Then you need to also reduce stress. Is going to affect your memory hub. It's not just when you are stressed, it's not just that you are forgetting. Your brain tries to protect itself. When you are stressed, you forget more. It's not because your brain has a problem, it's because it is protecting itself. So you need to reduce stress as much as possible. Don't go into a long chronic stress that is going to affect. It might be something that will be long term. The effect might be long running, that it will take time to should I say, to sort out. So it's good that you reduce stress. Make sure that you have plan. When you have plan and you have simple routine in place, it reduces stress. It makes you to be sure of the next thing to do. You are not always gazing. You are not always trying to manage too many things. So you need to plan. You need to have a plan. Like this year, I've always been saying, make sure you have a plan. So make sure you have a plan in the morning. Make sure you have a plan of what you're going to be doing in the next day. So be sure of what you ought to do each 1 hour, the next day, the next week. You should have a plan. Is very important, and that is very important for your development. Is very important for your result and your productivity, because clarity is key. When you start making the plan, you start getting the clarity. Okay, this is what I ought to do. Okay, I'm not yet clear on how to get here, and this is what I want to achieve. So you need to have a plan. It's very important. So put your plan in place. Is very, very important. Your entire brain will forget, not because it is having a problem, is forgetting because it is protecting itself. It try to shed down the loads so as to conserve energy. So you don't stress yourself. There are things that you need to do to improve. Walk around, make sure you exercise, make sure you eat well, make sure that you sleep well. And if you are studying, make sure that you use the active record, the spaced repetition, and try to teach, try to say it aloud, teach yourself and teach to others. Those are very important. So let's look at a practical daily memory routine that you can practice each day to improve. If you haven't been doing it, maybe you do it not knowing, or you do it, and I want you to be intentional about it this time. So you plan, okay, around this time, maybe in the morning or after the work day, okay, around 4 or 5, I need to practice this memory routine, to practice this daily practice to improve my memory. So you need to ask yourself, maybe it will take you maybe less than 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. You should be able to do that, and you should be able to conclude with the practical exercise trying to improve your memory. So you try to use like 3 minutes, maybe use 10 minutes all together, or use 3 minutes. Later you use another 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes to do it that way, or you can go along 10 minutes. But each of them wouldn't take you more than 5 minutes. It will take you more than 5 minutes. And if you keep practicing it, your memory is going to improve greatly. The first thing you can always do is to use 3 minutes to review yesterday's key learning. What did you learn yesterday? What are the things that you did yesterday? What are the things that you picked from what you learned yesterday? What stood out from what you went through yesterday, where you visited, the book that you read, the film that you watched, or the people that you interacted with? What was the take home from it? So you use 3 minutes to think about that yesterday and say, okay, these are the key points. These are the key things that I took home yesterday. Do it. It shouldn't take you more than 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. You are done with that one. So you can do it later. You do another one, or you just sit down and do all of them. But I'm going to be telling you those 3 practical daily memory exercise, or you call it a routine. Is very important, and it's going to help your memory. So the second one is for you to actively recall today's info, the new things that you have. Okay, let's just say we've been working since morning. What are the new things that you've seen, the new things that you've learned? What are the new people that you met? So you need to look at the things that has been added to the yesterday. You are looking at the things that you saw today, and you were like, oh, is this how it should be done? Or is this what can be done? Is this how this person look? Okay, I haven't seen this person before. So you look out for those things. So you are trying to exercise your brain, trying to recall things that you did today. That is how that one works. And the last one is to use 3 minutes to connect the things that you see, connect the things that you learn, the things that you are doing personally, to connect it to your person, to things that you know already, or something very personal. You can connect it to the food you ate. You saw that people were dancing. You can connect it to a dance that you've seen before. Because if you connect it to the things that you already know, it makes remembering easy. It makes recall easy. So try to relate, try to associate it with the things that you already know. So use 3 minutes to connect things that you've learned, the new things that you learn. Let's see. Sorry. Yeah, the things that you learn, you can connect it to things that you already know. And once you're able to relate it or to associate it with the things that you already know, then it will be easier for you to remember it. Remember the 3 daily memory improvement exercise that I just said. Now, the first one is for you to recall from yesterday the key points, the key things that you took away from the things that you did yesterday. Try to remember them. And for the today, you look at the things today that are new that you've seen, the things that you've read that are new, the new memories, whatever that you have seen that is new. Try to remember them. And again, try to relate these things. Now, the third one is to relate them to things that you already know, things that you know before, maybe the people that you've met, the food that you ate, the things that you've seen. Once you're able to relate it, it will be easier for you to remember it. So we are back to our deep work time. So let's work and see how much we can achieve in this 50 minutes.
Look up at the sky. No.
So it's a break time now. Time for us to rest, to stretch, to relax. Yeah. So it's time. You have these 10 minutes to stretch, to rest, and yeah, it's something that you can do. We have 10 minutes before we go back to our deep work time. So if you have anything to ask, you can put it in the chat, then we'll respond to it. We are talking about memory and how to improve your memory, the exercises you can do to improve your memory, to strengthen your memory. And there are so many things that you can do, from indoor games to outdoor games to reading, things that you can do to improve your memory, which scrolling and just skimming is not part of it. So many people, what they do as exercise now, their job is being disturbed by scrolling. Now they've added maybe just to go to the social media to get points, and they are not there to interact, they are not there to improve their skill or to improve anything. So they are just there to be counted that they were there, they visited. That is not quite healthy. So it's time that we start thinking on how to improve our memory, how to improve our attention, how to improve your focus, because once your focus improves, your memory is going to improve. That is how it works. But if your focus is everywhere and not tied to anything, then your focus is going to affect your memory, because your memory is as good as how you, should I say, strategize, how you manage it, from the encoding to the storage to the retrieval of information. So these are the stages that you need to pay attention to, and they are very important. I said there are some exercises you can do. Some of them are the things that we don't even think. Some of us, we are doing it at the end of the day. You can sit down and ask yourself, what are the things that I've done today? What are the new things that I learned today? So when you ask yourself the new things that you did today, after the lesson, after the studies, after watching, after joining a group or whatever you did from morning till that time till evening, you ask yourself, what are the things that I'm doing? What are the things, the new things that I've learned today, the things that I've added to the things that I had yesterday, the things that I used to know? Okay, these are the new things that I've seen today, these are new things that I have done today. So you need to remember it. You gently exercise your mind, exercise your brain. Another thing you can do is also to look at what you did yesterday. What are the highlights? What are the high points? What are the points that you would take home, the highlights of the day, the emphasis? What really stood out for you from what you did yesterday? If, let's just say, you were watching television, because this thing is all everywhere. It's not we are not talking about if you're studying or if you're doing anything that is profitable. We are talking about your memory. So because you see things, you are listening to things, you are hearing, you are listening, you are seeing. So it's very important that you check how much of this that you remember, how much of this is stored or registered in your memory. So what you do is, at the end of, like, today, you ask yourself, yesterday, what did I do? Like for me, I can just remember what I did yesterday. I was here yesterday from 10 till 4 p.m. That was around 5 minutes after 4. That was when I ended it. I can still remember the things that I did, because it's an exercise, it's a routine to me, something that should be done. And for me, for every discussion I have with people, I will always sit back. Once I have the time, I'll start trying to get the summary. Okay, what are the highlights? What are the hype? What are the things that stood out in this discussion? So what should I take on? What should I just leave? Okay, the things that I remember, and that will help you to keep things longer, because what you pay attention to is what is going to grow. What you do not pay attention to will definitely fizzle out. It's going to disappear. That's how it happens. If you tell your brain that this information is important, by revisiting it, by thinking about it, your brain is going to encode it, is going to keep it safe. And well, the more you revisit that thought, the more you revisit that learning, your brain keeps record of it. But once you keep going, you are scrolling like you're looking through the social media. After every 10 seconds, you are into another one, from where they are cooking to where they are dancing to where they are jumping. Every 10 minutes is jumping. That's how you get your thoughts fragmented, and it's going to be teaching your brain how to avoid, should I say, registering some things, how to just skip through, how to just look at things at surface level and just pass it. That is what you're teaching your brain if you're living that way. If you're the type that you're always scrolling, you always just this is 5 minutes, 5 minutes is much, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, you go from one activity to the other without any plan. You're teaching your brain to just skim through, to just go through it without thinking deeply. So that is how it will make you not to be thinking deeply. So it's important that you pay attention. The way you receive information, the way you encode it matters. When you pay attention to it, it's going to register. If you do not pay attention to it, it will not register. And if it goes on and on and on, you are not paying attention, because most of us, due to so much information, we are no longer paying attention now. All we do is to just go through it, and we tick like, we put comments. Okay, you just had one word from it, you just put the comments and you are going. And that is just how you are training your brain to be thinking. When it comes to thinking deeply, you see it will become a task that you are struggling to do. And again, it's when you are not consulting your brain, you're not consulting yourself before you start looking through the Google or whatever that will give you the easy answer. That is a way to tell your brain, oh, you don't need to come out, you don't need to work, you just need to relax, and it's going to relax. Remember that the more you gently exercise your brain, the better your memory. So it's better you start thinking before you go back to that Google to check the spelling, before you go back to that Google to check the answers to whatever you are doing. It's good you consult yourself first and think about it. Do I know this already? Is it something I can spell on my own? But if you are struggling, you can get a paper and pen and write it down. Sometimes if you are writing it down, it's going to really open, it's going to help your memory to remember, okay, I've seen this before, okay, I think I've written this before. So it's going to bring it out. That's the way you are exercising your memory. But if you're always looking for easy answers, before they say 15 minus 7, instead of thinking it through, you are going straight to the phone to check it, and they say, okay, can you spell a collage, can you spell any of those words? And you are here, instead of going through your brain to see if you remember it, instead of going with your paper and pen to check if you can write it, you go straight to Google to check the spelling. That is how you make your brain not to be functioning very well. But the good thing about it is that human brain is trainable. It's something that you can wake up. It's something that you can actually retrain. So if you start exercising it, it will start improving. Just put focus and, should I say, pay attention to it, and it's going to improve. And there are things that you can do, like you try to remember what happened yesterday. If you have a discussion, you attended a meeting, once you sit down, try to think, okay, what are the highlights from this discussion? What are the take home from this discussion? So you try to remember the things that happened before. So you are training your brain to retrieve information. You are training it to store information. You are training it to encode information the right way, which is very important. You know, all these technology, they are very good, but they are not mental crutches. You will need your own intelligence to produce something that is very unique. Once you don't have your own, you stop thinking and you want to depend on it. What you produce is something that looks very generic, something that is flat, because human ingenuity is something that you can't replicate. If two of us were taught the same thing, you and I, whoever is watching there now, if you and I were taught the same thing, and we say, okay, the teacher said it's now time for you to write it down, summarize. There is no way our summary will be the same. That is how genuine humans are. That is how intelligent humans are. That is how innovative humans are. So it's very important that you keep your own ingenuity, that you keep your own uniqueness, because in this age and time that everything is looking the same, it's time that the only way to excel is to do things differently and do it the right way. So you need to exercise your own brain. You need to exercise your thinking. When you exercise your thinking, you'll be able to produce something very different from others. You'll be able to, even when you use the Google and whatever you are using the AI and the rest to bring. So your own sense will be in it, your own stamp will be in it to make it different. It's quite important that you don't lose yourself to these easy answers and easy solutions, because you have your brain is far more, should I say, far more important, and is far more helpful than you can imagine. Is there is a living machine, and the more you train it, the better it gets. So you can train it and it will work for you. So we have entered the last section of this Pomodoro sections we are having 50 10 Pomodoro sections today. So today also I'll be ending this last one around 3:55, around that time. So I'll be here to chat. If you want to join us in the chat, please make sure to send your request at that time, and we'll be here to chat about how to improve our memory and how to improve our focus, because this is quite important to humans. We humans, we want to be smart and sharp. Even in old age, when we're already 70, 80, you should be able to remember the names of your friends. You should be able to go to the places you want to go without missing your way. That is, it comes with you training your mind and being intentional about it, so you can come ask questions. And if you're a student and you are struggling with your papers, you are struggling with passing, you are struggling with the grades and maybe understanding and reading and studying and retrieving, you can ask questions. We might be able to give you the tips or the strategies that you can use to study to improve yourself. Don't just depend on others to write it for you, or whatever that is going to write it. If you pay somebody to write it, you have lost. I mean, that's the loss is too much. One, you lost your money. Secondly, you lost the confidence in yourself to do it. And the next one is that you have even lost the opportunity to try and improve. So it is a total complete lost package. So you don't do that. Try to improve yourself and do your things yourself. If there are technologies that you need to use to learn that technology. If there are tools, maybe softwares that you need to use to do the analysis, to learn it, you can ask questions and answers will always be there. So let's see how much we can achieve within this time till it is 3:55.
What? This guy is so tired. That's the fire alarm. I don't know why it just does that. Yeah. Bye. Tell you. Left your friend.
Okay, now it's 3:55, so it's time for us to just wrap it up and close for the day. It has been a lovely day. It has been a very fruitful day, really. So I want to thank everyone that joined and everyone that has contributed in one way or the other to make it a success. So we are talking about how to improve our memory, how to improve our productivity by improving our memory. And for you to improve your memory, you will need to improve your focus, because your focus is going to direct what your memory is going to do. If your focus is everywhere, then your memory is going to be everywhere. But if you're focusing deeply, then your memory is going to start thinking and it to improve. So it's very important that you improve your focus, that you uh, relax, that you sleep when you ought to sleep, that you rest when you ought to rest, that you eat well, eat the right food, and also that you do the right exercises, memory, should I say, you practice routine memory improvement exercises. They are very important. So you think about it and you try to think about what you did yesterday, what you're doing today, what you have achieved. So they are very important. Let me see if there are people that are asking to come also. Yeah. So, is there anyone? Let me check if there is anything. Okay, yeah. So, we said this evening that we'll be talking about how to improve our memory and how to improve our focus. Yes, it's very important. If you're a student, you will need your memory intact. You need it improved, and if you're a researcher, you need it, and you have so much to do with that. So, it's very important that you improve your memory, that you improve your focus. It's very important. And here we are talking about people that want to improve themselves, not just to get the results. You know, there is a difference between just getting results. Maybe you can go through whatever means and get the result once, but it's not going to be happening always. So if you want to be on top of your game, there is need for you to improve yourself and do your things yourself. And if you're a student, you're a researcher, it's time that you start planning on how to improve your memory. It's very important. It's very helpful because that will help you to remember things and to improve your output. Productivity will improve also, and your academic success will also improve. So it's important for you to learn how to encode information, how to retrieve information, how to store information. These are the important aspects of your memory. They are very important. How you get the information that you want to store, where you read, and how you read, and again, how you store it. Do you just keep putting things in your brain without giving it time to process it, or you just skim through or you scroll through and you want it to register? These are different things. And if you are reading deeply, also it's a different ball game. So you need to put your focus to the things that you want to remember. If you focus on it, if you revisit it, what you're telling your brain is that this information is important and it's going to keep it. But if you don't visit it, if you don't revisit, or you just skim through, you just scroll through it, your brain is going to treat it as information that doesn't matter. So you will easily forget it. So how you encode information, how you get information to your brain also matters. It helps your memory. So if you are training your brain to always think through, to think about the why, the what, and the how in whatever you are watching, in whatever you are reading, in whatever you are seeing, then your brain will be active. You're exercising your brain and it's going to improve your memory. But if you are just scrolling through, you watch every 5 seconds, every 2 seconds, you're going to different content without thinking through it. You are training your brain to treat information that same way. So it will be easy for you to forget what you're doing, to forget what you've seen, to forget what you've read. So if you're a student, it's very important that you practice spaced repetition and you practice active recall when you try to recall what you have learned. And for everyone, for every person actually, because your memory is one thing that you want it to be intact. You want to still remember people, you want to still remember faces, you want to still remember the thread you are in or the skills that you have, and how do you do it? It's for you to exercise your brain, to exercise your thinking. So you don't just depend on technology, consulting technology for every little thing. So consult yourself first and try to exercise your brain. Try to think around it first and see if you can retrieve the information from your own brain before you start consulting technology or consulting others. That's how to exercise your brain. So it's very important that you try to practice active recall. You try to teach it, you try to say it aloud, you try to write it down. And I always say that when it comes to your memory, your pen and paper still win over every computer and over every gadget that you have, because when you write it down, what you are doing is to slow down how you are thinking it, and it helps you to retain it longer, because now your focus will be on it. Your brain will know that yes, this is an important information, and it will register. Again, if you're just reading and rereading, that is not the right way. You should also practice questioning. Instead of just reviewing, you need to also set questions or ask yourself questions on it, and try to find out why, or what am I looking for in this, and how is this done, what are the steps. So when you think around it, it will stay longer, and try to associate what you have learned, what you have seen, or what you are reading to things that you already know. Okay, I will leave you with this. Should I call them daily routine? That's memory daily routine. I will leave you with it. Try each day to think about what happened yesterday. Try each day to sit down and think, okay, what are the highlights? What are the key points? What are the things that I should remember from what I did yesterday, from where I visited, from who I saw, from the things I saw, from everything that I read. So what are the highlights? What are the things? So when you try to think, what you are trying to do is what we call active recall. And that is the biggest exercise that your brain can do. When you try to recall, when you try to get the details, your brain is functioning, is developing, is strengthening your memory. So try each day to think back, what did we do? If for me, I don't only do that, I also do pay section, like if I have any discussion with you after, I will think, okay, for this particular person, what was the discussion about? What did I learn from this discussion? Okay, from this book that I'm reading now, what did I take home from this book, or from this event that I attended? Okay, what is the highlight from this? So I will always think about that. So you need to exercise your memory, you need to exercise your brain, you need to exercise your thinking. It's very important. Again, you should also, for each day, you try to find out, okay, what are the new things that I've learned? What are the new things that I've added to the things that I used to know? So you need to ask yourself those questions. If you have been working since morning, if you have been watching TV since morning, you've been scrolling through the social media, you've been in one of these events, wherever you've been, whatever you've done, try to ask yourself, what is new in all this? So when you find out what is new, now it's time for you to start relating it to the things that you already know. Okay, oh, this thing is new, but it's also like the key that I've seen before. Okay, it sounds like the music I've seen before. Okay, this sounds like the story that I've seen before. You try to relate it also. Okay, this is how it mustn't always be the same. It can also be opposite. Okay, this is opposite of what I have known. So is the way you exercise your brain, and it's very important. If you know how important this is, you will take it serious. Each day it wouldn't take you more than 10 minutes, 5 minutes to remember. Let me just say less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes actually, to remember what you did yesterday, the highlights, the points that you took home, the things that stood out from what you saw yesterday. And then maybe you take 5 minutes or 3 minutes also to look at what are the new things that you've learned to do, that you've done to do, that you've seen today. And then you try to relate it back to the things that you know. Once you can do this every day, then your mind is working. And again, I will call your attention to this. If you are seeing that now you are more forgetful, or maybe you don't think deeply, you find it difficult to consult yourself first before you go to the calculator to calculate the balance you have from the purchase you made, then it's time for you to wake up and train your mind. And because human mind is trainable, it's something that you can actually retrain. Or maybe what has happened is that it is rested now. You've given it enough rest, and remember that the more it rests, the more it degenerates. So you need to restart. You need to restart it. You need to start thinking. You need to start reasoning. Humans, why we are the way we are, we don't have all the weapons that all the things that other animals use, but we have our thinking, we have our brain to think. So you don't exchange it for anything. So think and make sure that you are still thinking, because that is what makes you unique. The way you think is something that will keep you unique. That is the thing that will keep your output, your everything that you're doing unique. So it's very important that you think. So don't hand it over to AI. Don't hand it over to Google. Google, what is the time? Google this, Google that, and don't hand it over to your phone. Once they ask you, okay, you bought something 18 pounds and you were having 60 pounds. How much is your change? Consult yourself first before you start going to your phone to calculate it. That is very important. So try as much as possible to exercise your mind. And I'm not against people using all those gadgets and all those technology. They are very helpful and they are very, very important. But remember that they are very generic. They are programmed the same way. It's just an algorithm, it's a computer language, and they have put so many intelligence in it, but it can't be as unique as your own mind. You are unique the way you are. So you need to also put that uniqueness in the works that you're doing, in the arts that you're doing, the songs that you're writing, whatever thing you are doing, your uniqueness should show in it. And how do you do it? Is by keeping your mind active, keeping your thinking going. So it's very important to us. So we've come to the end of today's work section and study session. And for the students that are in our midst, if you're struggling, you can always send me just private message, but make sure it's something about school. How do I improve my grade? How do I read and understand? How do I improve my retention ability? Those are the things I want to hear. Or maybe if you're a researcher, you can also ask questions on maybe writing and maybe managing your time, your energy, your focus, trying to get apps that you can use to manage your work. Those you can ask, but no other thing, please. It's very important that we keep it, should I say, business is very important. So I will see you again next week by Wednesday. Remember, it's always here. I'm always here Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and on Thursday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. like today. And it happens every Wednesday. This is me again. So I will say thank you to everyone that has supported in one way or the other, those that sent their gift, those that chatted, those that spent their time, and those that worked with me. I'm really, really very appreciative. So I say thank you, and I'll see you again once is Wednesday next week. And stay tuned, please invite others.